Good afternoon. I'm Daniel Miller and this is Destiny Academy. A warm welcome to all of our friends, fans, community, and everyone watching the stream worldwide. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for being our very valued community members. Thank you for supporting our charitable fundraising campaign here, supporting the Mind Charity UK, and thank you also for the messages that I have been receiving during the week. I'm very grateful to all of our community participants on every single thing that has been said and sent. So today, yet again, a very hot day here in where I live in the suburbs, and really unpleasant, I've got to say. I don't know what it is, it's just that sort of heat, and no respite of any sort, no rain in sight, although I've seen there have been some torrential rains around the country, but that's certainly not happening over here. And just very difficult to do anything indoors. I've gone out earlier. In fact, today I had some really very good news for you. I had a new laptop, HP ProBook delivered, and I've been actually waiting for about 2 or 3 weeks, and today I received it, and I'll be able to use it and utilize it for our streams as well. Maybe sometimes we'll be considering the community events where we do maybe some PC games as well, but that will be like the retro golden oldies, Tex Murphys of this world from the 1990s, or anything else of that sort, because I've got quite a large number of games on Steam as well, but I've not really done any of those here for the obvious reason as we've been streaming off console most of the times, obviously doing Destiny 1 and 2. So that's obviously a possibility for us to consider at some point in the future, if anyone wanted to talk about PC games or anything else that is bringing us back to the past. And I wouldn't like to stream any games that are very taxing for the bandwidth or indeed for my processors, because laptops are definitely not very good type of equipment for streaming. And you've seen that the best, the biggest, the most successful streamers, they have massive big PCs, desktop PCs, with a lot of that cooling equipment, which is making sure that the water is being circulated and that the computer is not getting overheated. And that's all to do with the way the streams work. Still, maybe that will change in the future. So anyway, I want to mention this because I'm very happy with what I received today. Everything seems to be as good as expected, and it's opening up some other opportunities for us to interact, and also for me to be monitoring all that's happening in here, I guess in a shape that will be more applicable to what we are trying to do at present, which is running the streams in order to support the members of our community, providing entertainment for those members who are feeling perhaps under pressure or are vulnerable, and most importantly raising funds for charities. The charity that I'm supporting at the moment, as said, is Mind Charity UK, and we are definitely wanting to see some contribution and participation from everyone who is accessing us either live or through the playback or through any stream access on any platform at any stage. We are going to be integrating podcasts together with our streams, and I talk quite a bit at the very beginning, but our podcast will be more theme based and more focused on certain topics, because I get questions about streams and how to do certain things, and I get questions that indicate that people want to kind of learn more about how to set up a streaming channel dedicated to Destiny, or as it goes some other games, but most of the times it's all Destiny related, because we're obviously running a Destiny community live online here. And although I'll tell you every single time when the questions are received what people can do, I'll also be running podcasts with specific topics, so the topics will be on how to set up a channel, how to build a community, and then obviously just keep them coming with your questions and all the other interesting bits of information. And it doesn't have to be linked to Twitch or streams, could be about industry, about other games, about the showcase events, about what you're doing at the moment, and we will be integrating that into the podcast, as well as obviously having some presence of those sorts of questions here on our live stream. the podcast will be divided into two different sections. One will be dedicated just purely to the news, and the first thing I do actually in the morning when I wake up is looking at what's coming overnight. So that takes me a bit of time, and that includes everything across the and I get most of this news on Twitter. I have lots of news feeds coming from Games Radar, from Eurogamer, from Game Rant, from IGN, you know, the in the know types of hubs, as well as from Xbox and Sony and all the other online magazines. So sometimes it's voluminous. Like this today, I've got to say, it didn't take me too long, because we didn't have that many bits of interesting news coming in from all ends, and everyone is still talking about the big releases like Diablo and also what we've seen during the showcase event. So I'll tell you a bit about this in a moment, but it wasn't really a kind of day where you're simply snowed under by the sheer quantity of information, where in fact you can't decide what you should be talking about here. And the other thing is obviously connected to the film industry, and also I watch and follow everything linked to the current affairs. So it's quite a lot to catch up with. And I have a notebook and I put things in there in order to know what we are going to be highlighting through our live presentations. So yeah, so thanks very much for all of that support. I'm still getting some messages about the technical side of things, and very grateful that everyone had contributed and participated during the beta weeks. Those 2 weeks of myself testing the setup and the system. Very, very grateful for that, and I really also look forward to any more questions, any more concerns, any other bits of information coming my way from the members of our community. We're getting the new members every single day, which is very great to see. We had some people connecting with us from South Africa, from New Zealand, from Australia, from the US, from Germany, from Italy, from Spain during this week. So that's terrific, and I really welcome everybody to our community. Always want to stress the fact that this is not a community that's based on hammering the games or running it as a competitive forum. We don't provide any formal guidance for how to succeed at esports tournaments. This is a community-based channel. We talk about everything that concerns us as people, us as gamers, us as members of our local community and communities, I should say, and we share our thoughts, feelings and views, and we debate things in depth, sometimes to get further discussions on a new game, sometimes on how to complete certain tasks in Destiny, and also at times we talk about what's really being community, how it's affecting our lives. And we had spent quite a lot of time doing exactly that, because everybody was feeling under huge duress and pressure, and the forum here provided an opportunity for people to feel, first of all, together with others, never ever alone or alienated, and the forum was incredibly successful. So we were running an anti-COVID group or COVID protection force group through which we were supporting each other, making sure that the social elements of our community were at the very front, and also we tried to help others who were not members of our community, eventually obviously became that, but at the time when they were sort of popping in for the first time, and they dealt also with the issues affecting them in view of the lockdown and all other things pandemic related. So, hot weather out here. What's the weather like where you are? Curious to see. Let's see. We have a few people popping in. On the Destiny channel we also get people who are really interested in doing the raids straight away, or hammering it with Nightfalls and other competitives. We don't really do that here, so I'm afraid that isn't a channel that will be providing that sort of activity at any time. We are going to be doing many of those tasks together with our community members live online. We'll be talking about them, and it will be always that sort of slow pace present in all we do, because we want to allow time and space for people to engage, to come forward, to talk, to stand on a box, raise a hand, talk about whatever they wish to contribute within our live forum, and all of that to be subscribing obviously at all times to the channel rules. The channels are very strict, and that's in view of what Twitch had imposed upon us recently. In fact, that will lead us to the news, because the big news today indeed are about Twitch and streamers, and you would have seen if you are a follower of the information that comes up on Reddit, that there's been a big debate about the new ideas that Twitch was introducing, and then withdrawing from the new policies which had been literally not discussed with the streamer community, were simply imposed, and we'll get to that in a moment. So yeah, I was asking a question: is it as hot as it is here where you are? Are you enjoying the sunshine, or you having heat? It's been a heat wave now for probably over 10 days and more, maybe two weeks. So, and no, actually, quite wrong. It's about between a week and 10 days. It's been very, very difficult for me personally, because I don't really like this sort of heat that we get here, which is extremely humid. So it's humidity, high temperatures, and massive pollution, which makes it really difficult to breathe. And I'm a bit unfortunate that at the moment in June, the building where I live is facing the lovely sunshine the whole day. So from 5 in the morning to about 3 or 4 in the afternoon, it gets very, very hot, as you can imagine, and it's very difficult to ventilate because the walls are so hot. We have a major development in our town centre. They're building, they're calling it Riverside Wharf, and it's very similar to what you will see in the King's Cross area of London, where the whole area on the canal had been completely rebuilt, refurbed and reorganised, and we are having a bit here, obviously on a much smaller scale. So I've gone there, had a look today. I'm really very impressed by the architectural achievements of those erecting the buildings. We're going to have a small mini shopping centre, but it all looks very Victorian. It looks a bit like the canals of Manchester or Liverpool architecture. It looks wonderful. It's brand new, but it looks well, and I really applaud the architects for doing this, because we live in a very historic town which has many old buildings, and at one stage in the 70s, the early 80s, the tendency was to erect new buildings, new facilities, and not all of them were blending in with the architecture, and that's been prohibited ever since. And what we've seen, in fact, a few years back, was that one of those structures that was erected in the very town centre had been pulled down, and we are going to be having now this beautiful Riverside Wharf that will provide us with, first of all, beautiful views, many flats for people who are going to be living in the facility, and also with the new shops and the main shopping centre. So I really look forward to that. It will help the local community to socialise. There'll be some charity shops in the facility as well. We are very well known for many charity shops here in our town, and they're very they cater for the needs of many different people at present, young and old alike, because everyone's feeling the pressure due to the cost of living. They call it cost of living crisis. I don't see that as crisis. I see it as an ongoing problem. Anyone who lived in London will tell you that this has been going on for, let me think, 13-14 years. The price is just increasing constantly, and all kinds of pressures are rising. Obviously at the moment it's come to the level which is unmanageable, but I don't see this as something new. I don't see it as a crisis. The crisis is something that happens. You have in medicine the difference between acute and chronic. Acute happens suddenly. You have an intervention, you calm it down, and then it goes away. Chronic is what keeps happening continuously on the regular basis, which cannot be eliminated. It's there forever. And I've got to say that what we're experiencing at the moment definitely feels a bit like the latter and not the former. Some people may disagree with me, but I've talked to lots of different colleagues, friends, associates, strangers, people who I meet at various public places, and they all agree that we are in that sort of territory, and we can't easily get out of it. And it's not to do just with our country. It's just the way it's to do with the way the global economy works. But unfortunately, it does have a massive effect on everyone, and it is of a great concern, particularly for people who are in a difficult financial position, people who perhaps do not currently have work, and the young and the old at the opposing ends of the spectrum of age, because the pensions definitely are not big enough to be covering all the costs. So we've had a major movement amongst our churches, where the churches were open during the winter months, and that was a few weeks ago. In fact, maybe I'd say almost like beginning of June, definitely until the end of May. They left church halls open the whole day for the older people to go there to socialise and have no need to be basically leaving the heating on at the premises where they live in order to cut down on costs. And I thought to myself, well, I mean, to save energy, that seems to be reasonable, but purely in terms of those older people need to go to these churches, and some of the churches are perhaps not that close to the place of residence of certain individuals. And I've got to say, I had a problem with this. Not with the fact that the church offering that sort of facility for people to socialise. That's absolutely terrific and wonderful. But the problem with the cost of living, where the old, the infirm, people who work all of their lives and retired are feeling that degree of pressure, and they cannot remedy it. There's no way in which to do anything about it. That itself is beyond sad. And I asked myself a question, well, what's happened to the world? Why are there things like this? Can the world a better place for everyone, with all the advancements in science, medicine and technology, which actually are phenomenal? As you can see, every single day something is being invented or erected, and have new things that are being presented and discussed. And it's just extraordinary that on the monetary, on the economic side of things, we are plummeting. It doesn't matter what they tell you through the news or newspapers, you just look around, talk to people, find out what's going on. And all the other stories about inflation rates and economy picking up and prices going up and down and all this. What we're interested in is how we are affected individually and what happens to us in our everyday existence. So I observe, for instance, and I talked to several of people who work for local government in here and elsewhere, that for the first time you're observing that lots of younger people, the school leavers, people who are preparing for their university life or indeed for their first steps in work, they're not moving away from home. They're all staying with their parents because renting is out of their reach. It's too expensive. There's a requirement for massive deposit. So the actual subculture of society is changing completely, and it's for the first time, if ever, I would say, and it will have an effect. Once you change the mindset of the people who live in your community, then things will begin to change one by the other, and I'm not sure really what is to follow. But what we do know is that the forum here is absolutely open to everyone who wants to be participating, and we always have space and time for all of our friends and associates and community members who are perhaps feeling vulnerable or feeling under certain pressure, and we want to provide entertainment and interaction and social activity that will bring some goodness to people's lives and some fun, some enjoyment, and most of all, the most important, it's the heat affecting my brain. I can't even talk. It's dreadful. I'll cut that in my speech and crack on with the game. Most importantly, nobody who comes here will be feeling alone or isolated, and that's critical. If you're not feeling great, the last thing you want is to feel alone in the world. And obviously, being a very senior mental health professional, I have heard many people in my life or in my time talk like this and describing that sort of internal experience, because at the end of the day, nobody's completely alone, but it's just the way we perceive it, the way we feel about our life and the environment and the situation we find ourselves in. And you find people sometimes within a family constellation, and the actual fact the family is there with quite a few members, so it's not just parents and child. There's quite a few members included, inclusive of grandparents and children and maybe sometimes grandchildren, and you still have that experience that some people will feel very, very strongly, despite the busy environment, all the chit chats. Some people feel very alone on the inside. You see, that's one of these experiences that can lead to serious problems in life, at work, with social interactions and friends and relatives, partners. And therefore, it is so essential for everyone to realize that the charity I'm supporting, the Mind UK or the Mind Charity UK, is basically providing professional services for people to deal with these feelings, so people can go to them and talk either to the specialists, professionals or volunteers, and then deal with these types of experiences in the same way as we are doing this here. We want gaming forums to be first of all ethical. We want to be bullying free. We want to be competition free. We want to have forums which are amicable, friendly, nice, all-inclusive, and providing high quality content for everyone to enjoy, irrespective of the background, irrespective of the age or any other factors which perhaps could be considered in some other circumstances. So we strive towards that excellence, and we strive towards, as I said, ethical gaming, which I believe could be greatly improved. We have seen that the giants like Twitch, first of all, do not have the resources to tackle this, and secondly, some of the bigger giants are not even willing to look into the degree of abuse and bullying which is persisting online. We know full well how damaging this can be to different people, and particularly those who are a bit vulnerable, youngsters, older people, people who are suffering from some sort of illness, because any form of bullying or any form of nastiness which can transpire from chats or even live on air audio will affect this other person, or indeed a group if we are talking about a Twitch channel. And therefore it is extremely important for everyone to stick to the rules and apply certain methods and means in order to enforce the safety. In fact, I listened to Jeff Rubinstein and Larry Hribb, Major Nelson and Jeff from Xbox yesterday. It was one of the older podcasts that was aired live a few months ago, and Jeff talked of safety as, I guess, improved and created on various Xbox platforms, because he had said he was able, due to the enhancements, to apply certain locks and monitoring to what his daughter was doing, because the daughter's now, I think, a teenager and he's less concerned. But when she was 8 or 7 and becoming a new gamer online, he wanted to be having a full control over who she's going to be contacting and how things are going to be in terms of the overall experience of gaming, having plenty of that over the years himself. And it was very interesting to hear this. And also I've listened to another podcast also done by the same group presenters, where they talk to the executive who is responsible for the development of the apps and safety measures on Xbox overall and Microsoft platforms. And they're doing obviously as much as they can, but they did indicate there's always a major scope for improvement, and it will be dependent on people who are participating in the forums to be reporting, to be pinging messages in which they will describe various things that are safety related, the way they think certain forums should be run, etc., etc. So I think what I keep saying this always is, don't be just a silent listener, don't be just watching and not saying anything. Make sure that you're getting fully involved with active participation through chat forums. If you don't want to stop because you do not want your voice to be heard live on air, which sometimes is the case with some people, you can type. Are crisp, sharp, short, and descriptive, and that will help everyone. If everybody in our community and the overall gaming community was to take that position, we would eradicate those bad guys and those people who cause bullying overnight. But not everybody bothers. Not everybody wants to be involved, and I think this is one of the greatest problems of the modern life as it is today. I mean, I've seen in my time people who would be very keen on getting involved with certain issues in the past. So we're talking about quite a few years back. And the way they dealt with it was by their physical presence. They would go somewhere, confront, and not in order to have fights or unpleasantries, but they would try to challenge certain situations in order to initiate the change. It was difficult, but after their perseverance, frequently it worked. I think today, considering that most of the communication is done on online platforms, it's very easy just to press, which means you switch off and you ignore. Obviously, you can block. I apologize for this, but this time I caught the sneeze. I had enough time to flip my mic, so actually hopefully you have not heard it live online. Anyway, coming back to this, I find that lots of people today are not bothered and they will just the device or ignore certain activities, move elsewhere, perhaps not take significant notice of situations that are not pleasant. And when you see something like this, either online or in public, you have got to be involved. You cannot allow that sort of behavior to go on. Presently, in our cinemas, we have a small short film. I wouldn't say it's an ad, because it comes together with ads, but it's about how to really fight against bullies. And you have a group of kids, they're teenagers, and you have a girl trying to get a cab on Saturday night, and they're all kind of up and about in town centre. So one of the kids there, it's a large group of men, goes and starts pestering this girl who's just waiting for the cab, and he starts asking things and saying things which are really unpleasant, and she's getting obviously very worried and shaky, and she's being affected by this nonsense and abuse. And then one of the guys in the same group of kids, he just realizes this is not on, and he thinks about what to do for a little while, and then takes the stance. He will challenge his friend, come what may, and this is exactly what he does. And he comes across very aggressively and prevents this individual from bullying and abusing this girl who was just minding her own business waiting for a cab. So that short film is giving a picture of what we all need to be doing in a similar fashion. We need to prevent those people who are within our social group, people who actually we know, let alone those who are completely anonymous or unknown to us, from doing anything of the same sort, be it in a family or up and about on the street or online or at schools, universities, or at workplace. If we all take that stance, then such behavior indeed will be eradicated. Maybe not eradicated, but definitely cut down very, very significantly. Because in any community you'll always find people who have mean intentions. Sadly, it's just part of humanity. But we need to be working on the procedures, on the rules, on the regulations that simply prevent that sort of behavior from being seen as new normal or acceptable. And then in the cases of severe abuse or serious incidents, there will have to be punishment, which does need to be extremely severe for that to be prevented from taking place again in any of those forums. So that's really what we are doing here. We are running a forum which supports ethical gaming, that promotes communities which are based on sound principles, mutual interactivity, and the groups that provide interesting content within vibrant, fertile social groups that talk about gaming, other issues in life, or somebody's health. And we want to keep it that way for as long as possible. So I didn't have that many news overnight coming my way, and there were a couple of bits that caught my eye. Number one is about Twitch. So all of you are using Twitch and watching it most of the times on your smartphones, and I'm getting a stats from Twitch indicating exactly what people are doing when they're watching my stream. I was staggered really by the fact that more than 85% of the participants are watching they're watching Twitch on the iOS or Android. So it's incredible, because 5 years ago it would be a lot less than that. Most people would be using their desktops, and that is certainly a major change. So for anyone who is involved with Twitch one way or the other as a viewer or streamer, you would have seen that there's been a big hoo-ha last week about the new policies. And the new policies were concerning what streamers can, what they cannot do. And also they were trying to cut down on the third-party involvement, where in fact you would be bypassing the means to which you monetize directly to Twitch by being a member of this other community, or being a subscriber to another third-party service which will be using Twitch streams in order to present your live online gaming or chatting, but yet they'll have other means to which they will monetize. And there's been a huge rebellion straight away, and within 24 hours Twitch just retracted the whole set of policies, indicating that they realized this was the best thing to do. So it's completely undemocratic. There was no discussion at all with the community, and it was just imposed upon everyone overnight without any warning. So they were not even talked about it in press, just done overnight. These are new rules, and that's about it. they realize that with that sort of position and by these kinds of decisions taken, they can lose the business. Everyone can just migrate to other platforms because obviously there are other competitors and they're providing similar services, and they may well be offering some of the things that are not as restrictive. So what I did get today, and I have to say I really don't like that, I really have a serious problem with it, was again more news on the monetization, for which we've seen that only in very specific circumstances and under certain conditions would the turnover for certain streamers be delivered on 30 to 70 basis, 30 to Twitch, 70 to the streamer. As it stands today, and that's the way it's been all along, it's 50-50. Also, they said that less than 0.001%, right? So it's not like 1%, it's 0.001% of the streamers make any revenue at all. So that's, I think they mentioned something about 7,000 people worldwide, and that is literally from I don't know how many millions of people who are doing the regular streams. So the conditions which are being given seem unreasonable, and they're unlikely to be met by very many people. I know that Twitch is experiencing difficulty with both financial resources and their staff, because they don't have many people working for them. You know, they're not a profit-making company. In fact, they should have been registered as a charity full stop from the beginning, but that obviously hasn't happened. And I can see many liabilities emerging, and at the end of the day, what did happen recently was the overhaul of the Twitch streaming app for the consoles, which is awful. I've got to say it is really bad, because on this platform, PlayStation, we get constant stoppages when we are talking and communicating with our friends, and stoppages are permanent. There's absolutely nothing that I can do about it. It's been widely reported on various platforms, and it's just the way it is. And Twitch is not responding. What they are saying is that they pass the responsibility to Sony and Microsoft. Microsoft in particular, because they have integrated the streaming through their menu, so no longer do you have a separate app by which you are able to stream and do your own settings and customize. That's all gone. It's all done through the menu. The menu has a couple of toolbars which you're using for the streaming, and that's similar to what Xbox did have with their Mixer app, which had been absolutely disastrous. And I've got to say, the problems with this app are equally disastrous, because A, you do not get proper sound from the broadcaster. It's absolutely awful. It's a bit like talking in the wind. And then secondly, the picture quality is very poor. I don't know what the reason for that is. I've got new internet speeds, and they're very good. They're up to 30 upload. The picture should be very good, but it's very choppy. It breaks up all the time. Very much out of focus, and you know, as if you were having connectivity problems or really slow upload speeds or anything like that. It's really bad. So, you know, if Twitch is under some form of pressure and is not able to function financially as it should, then we have the collateral. And I think this is the collateral, because at the end of the day, doing the streams for any game are hugely beneficial for the industry, and the Twitch executives need to think how they are going to be able to monetize on these benefits instead of tightening screws on the streamers. Because the beauty of Twitch, and I've got to stress this, is in the ease of use and the cost, you know, because if you have that equipment already, like your TV set, your console, your laptop, you can just integrate this all together at once and run a stream, which can be beneficial to you, to the publishers, to the developers, to everybody involved, depending obviously on what type of content you wish to be presented to the world. And I just think there's certainly a lot of scope for a lot more thinking about what needs to be done and how things are to be delivered really through the Twitch services. Because if they don't do that quickly enough, I'm telling you, there are going to be other platforms. We had our friend Ali from New Zealand yesterday popping in and talking about Kick platform, and it's the first I've heard of it yesterday, although I read the news all the time. But you know what? In the article that I read today on Games Radar, they talked about Kick platform. So I said to myself, that's incredible. Our friend yesterday asked us about this. I knew nothing about it, and he actually explained what this platform was. He said this is the platform that is more streamer friendly. It does have fewer interferences from the company owners at the moment, right? The article went in depth to describe as to why that's happening to anything which is completely new. As the company wants to be growing, they'll require significant funds and obviously significant human resources for the everyday maintenance. They'll require investors, and they will require a global marketing capital, right? And then once all of that becomes fully involved, it's a different story. You know, it's a bit like being an idealist and wanting to create a world which is trouble-free. And then you start doing it and you realize, oh, all these obstacles hitting you from everywhere. What do I do? And you still keep trying, and ultimately you get really completely burnt out because you did not anticipate, because of your idealism, that there are going to be that many obstacles. You have got to expect them every step of the way in life. If you don't expect them, don't anticipate them in advance, they will destroy your idealism. And that's what we don't want to see. We want that energy, that enthusiasm to be kept forever, yet channeled, tempered and tailored according to the circumstance, right? So that's what's happening with Twitch, and I've got to say I'm very worried that there are going to be further changes, and at the same time very aggravated that they're not resolving the technical issues, and they're kind of keeping them under the wraps. So you call or you contact Twitch, Microsoft or Sony, they'll tell you they've heard nothing about any problems with these apps and the streaming. And then you go to the forums, like for instance Reddit, Twitter, or Microsoft help forums, or any other, millions of messages or complaints. I mean, I've read messages on Reddit because I'm a member of several groups there. From the US, people bought their Xbox Series X and they looked forward to the stream because obviously they used the previous Xbox console, Xbox One, for their live broadcasting. Everything worked fine. So with this update that I think took place in February, everything went wrong, and I couldn't believe that there were people in there who would actually buy extra equipment and spend a lot of money thinking it's down to the equipment instead of checking with the company about the updates and all the other problems which are based with the way they integrated the system with the console. And when I saw it first, it was hugely disappointing. This was the day one as I got my Xbox Series S a few months ago. I spotted it straight away and I said to myself, this is just like that Mixer app which didn't work. It was awful. I couldn't believe that the company of that size, most notably Microsoft, would be firmly believing that the Mixer would be superior to Twitch. It's just, it baffles me because it absolutely did not work. The biggest problem with it was that first of all you would stream and your stream frequently would not be recorded. So what was the point? It is. And then you watch it, there's a terrible picture quality, huge lag, all sorts of problems. And you want to upload to YouTube, you need to download the whole video. You can't do it directly through the servers. So it'll take you a bit of time to be downloading, then a bit of time to be uploading, the waste of time, waste of energy. It's just it's ridiculous. They were calling it a gamer-friendly app. I couldn't see anything gamer-friendly. Maybe some of the emotes or bits and cheers or anything like this, but there was also the policy they would allow much greater percentages to go to the people who are streaming to that. But it just turned out to be a complete fluke, and I'm afraid, considering how many people are doing live broadcasting, it's extremely important that these companies get act together and resolve these technical issues. So if you are a streamer and if you're reading that article, which is again now on my Twitter, it's the article imported from Games Radar. It's a very good read. Definitely have a look at it, because don't think that you will be the next Ninja or Shroud overnight. Doing broadcasting and doing the streams, be it on Twitch or YouTube or Instagram or any other platform, is hard work, and it does require a lot of effort, a lot of planning, a lot of persistence, a lot of forward thinking, a lot of participation from everyone's community, and it takes years to build certain things on these platforms. So it's not like a day or two. So when I see somebody joining the community and becoming a streamer, and then in a month they have like 75,000 followers, well, something's not quite right there, you know. You could tell that they bought the followers through various types of third-party platforms, which were getting involved early for them to be kind of propped up, and it just become complete fake. And it's all down to hard work and consistency and regularity and all that's happening through live, how you build your community and how you become visible to others. You know, people think that bots and artificial intelligence will sort it out for us. We'll just drink some pina coladas, sit at the beach, and enjoy the sights and views. Well, I'm afraid that's not going to work. It will be slogging it over a long period of time, and doing it consistently, if possible, every single day for a few hours, and then building a community and finding a way forward to which that content can be monetized. And obviously people can do it in lots of different ways. Also, what they've seen as the method that worked the best was being involved with a variety of different platforms, but each platform will have to have a significantly different content. You can't have just automated postings from Twitch to Twitter, from Twitter to Instagram, from Instagram to TikTok. It's not going to work. Why should somebody be a member of all of these platforms that you're running if all the content is exactly the same? And it's about a frequency, it's about a quality content, it's about what you do and how you do it. So lots of different factors in there. Anyway, I think the hard work that I've seen that comes out from many Twitch streamers has got to be better rewarded, and there have got to be other means to which people can get the benefits, because after doing it for a few years, most people just call it a day. They had enough. It's too hard work and nothing's being monetized. Where are all these ninjas and shrouds of this world? They ask themselves, but they're not looking at the real situation. They're not looking into themselves in terms of what they really want to achieve. So when we talked about these things yesterday, there was a question coming from our community member who was asking how long did it take you to build a community and all that, and I gave quite a detailed description on what the steps were, step by step, how to get there. It's very important that people realize you need to have the equipment, you need to have the fastest internet connection to ensure that the broadcasts are as good as possible, picture-wise, sound-wise, and everything else. And then you need to have that notebook, and that notebook needs to be full before you start doing your first stream, right? You have a plan, like a business plan. You plan of action, what you're going to do, how you're going to execute it, and then every single week you'll review the plan. You'll see what is going on. Is this working? Is this not working? Just like running a shop or doing anything else like small business. You don't have to be monetizing, but in order to have that degree of success with the new members and people who are participating in your community, that plan has got to be on paper. You have got to be following it, because without a plan, nothing will work. I've come across some very successful streamers. Some of them are my close friends and associates, and they've taken a lot of time planning. And the plan was also about, first of all, building a community, and then connecting their community with other communities. And then after they've done that, they were connecting mutual communities with the third parties, like sponsorships. So I get some sponsorships to promote t-shirts or mugs or any kind of merchandise. And then some people went down the route of promoting certain products, like for instance, how you're going to be improving the quality of your stream, how you're going to be improving the quality of your gameplay enjoyment, even if you're a single player, if you're not doing the streams, but just what's going to make your game experience better. So they sell the equipment, etc., etc. So just kind of few ideas on what some of them are doing, being involved with many different platforms, and at the same time following the plan, because the plan for every single sponsorship would have to be on a paper. You will need to know what to do. So for instance, somebody is investing in you will need to have a plan on how you're going to be marketing the product and how that's going to be integrated in your stream without really coming across as automated, abrasive, or like being a hard sell, being shoved down someone's throat. You don't want this. And also the other thing that they talked about in the article was the ads. They said YouTube make the biggest money on the ads, and it's a colossal revenue. That's hundreds of billions, not millions, billions. And Twitch was seen as a platform that was streamer friendly, and nobody Not a single member of that community, not a single one. Just bear with me, I think there's some issues with my battery there on a computer. Let's see what this is. Yeah, okay, we'll have to plug it in by the looks of it. Okay, we'll do that straight away. Not a single member of the Twitch streaming community, be it a viewer or an active streamer, broadcaster, or a participant of any sort, would want to see the ads being given to anyone during a live stream. If you watch playback, it's a different story, because the ads can be inserted and there's not going to be like a stoppage of your stream. Should actually say it wrongly. There will be a stoppage of the stream. The stream will go on the playback, which has been recorded. The ads will be slotted in, and then the stream will continue exactly at the place where it stopped before the ad. I don't like the idea. I think the streamers will have to have that control over what they're doing and how frequently the ad, which theoretically is present at the moment. You can decide on how many ads you will have within your playback and how frequently they will be occurring. But that doesn't seem to be making the money for Twitch, and they're changing these policies. I have seen now what they're planning to do, or they wanted to do, is to be slotting in the ads as you're doing your live stream. Well, that is not on, because you're watching live stream in order to talk to other people, to engage, to communicate, and you are then going to be missing out on the content. The actual interaction is not recorded because you're slotting in the ad and there's no break. That's just really mindless. Just think about watching some sort of US news channel, and they're talking about war, for instance, about the casualties or the advancements of one of the sites, and then suddenly you got the ads slotted in, and you miss out on the most important bit when they're giving you some clips from the battlefield, or the reporter who is in the war zone delivering the report. Well, how would that be? It just doesn't make sense. And if Twitch is to introduce this, I guess this is just at the moment under some form of consideration, the collateral will be totally catastrophic. There will be many problems for people who are running the company. They'll lose the company straight away. Nobody will support any of this, because you are going to be force feeding the ads, and nobody wants to see, because you need the revenue, and you're cutting into people's live streams where you're destroying the high quality content. So it's a big no, like NO, a big one, for anything to do with any of this, and I really absolutely do not want to see any of it materialize at any stage. So that's about Twitch. So there's a lot of controversy, and the article is lengthy. It's opening up many kinds of what do I say now? It's the heat affecting my brain. I can't really talk. I do apologize. It's so hot. The article is opening up all these different issues for everyone to digest, and I guess you will build your own opinion, you will take your own stance. But please, if you're a Twitch streamer, if you read the article, make sure you write to the company. Make sure you write to them, because if you write to them on any forum, if you write to them directly, they will take your comments very seriously, and they will be definitely looked at, taken on board, and they will have impact. If nobody does anything, they will just impose this. It was the same thing a few years back when they wanted to introduce the law and licensing for people who play music, and they had a big turf war with the European Union. Unfortunately, these laws, well, they're still considering them. They've not really been fully agreed on, and I'm certainly hoping that some of these things will be shared with those people who are the main contributors and the main participants. At the end of the day, Twitch is nothing if the streamers and the viewers disappear. And it's hundreds of millions of people worldwide, and they have got to be asked these questions, and they have to be involved in the discussion, perhaps not in the decision making, but the discussion has got to be there as transparent as possible for people to realize what is likely to succeed. Otherwise, it'll be just nosediving, having a major problem with the whole system. Right, so that was about Twitch. The exciting news coming out of various quarters to the games we've seen during the weekend. And the big hoo-ha is about Starfield. There are many speculations on what Starfield will bring us, and there are many hypotheses emerging on the story, on the customization, and all sorts. In fact, who did I listen to? There was somebody talking about. There was it was one of the guys from IGN. I know that they've had no Xbox podcast last week, so there was nobody from their team indicating this. But there was one chap from IGN. He does what is the podcast called? Unlocked. He's the guy behind Unlocked podcast. He said he had the preview access for 60 minutes, and was it 60 minutes? I think it was, yeah. And he just tried to explore what Starfield was going to be offering, and he said there were so many different things to look at. It's so beautiful, but he actually didn't do anything. He was simply examining all that was there. That includes customization and various bits of gear, and I guess the map and everything else. And the sheer volume of the game that we've seen, and the magnitude of this ambition that has been presented by Todd Howard and his guys is phenomenal. And what I did pick up on from the IGN is the game is going to be massive. It's going to be huge, and people will play it for many years. So that's extraordinary if you think about it. A single player game, you do it for many years. So think Mass Effect magnified by, I don't know, 100 or 1000. You have the whole galaxy. They did say that there was more than, was it 1,200 planets? 1,200 planets to explore. That is mind-boggling. I think right at the beginning we may not be exploring all of them. I think might be completely mistaken if they were working on it for 10 years. But it's likely that the DLC or extra content will be coming in. We've seen that with other games of Bethesda's which were developed by them. And then there is going to be a fertile ground for further activities and all else that will come together with the content. So I'm very excited about this, and lots of speculation. We have, what is it, less than 3 months before the game gets released. There's a lot of anxiety in the gaming community about the technical functionality of that project. They're worried that the magnitude of the game, with so many things taking place there, would affect its functionality. I'm not so sure. I don't remember. Well, there were some minor issues at the time for Skyrim and Oblivion, but don't forget this was a different era, and these are single player games. So the biggest problems we've seen in recent times, in the last 6 years, have been associated with the multiplayers and PvP because of the servers and because of the sheer numbers of people that keep coming in to play games. The big problems for certain launchers with betas and alphas and demos, everybody got in at the same time. Think of Diablo. But I've got to say that Diablo beta and Server Slam performed very well. I didn't have any issues on the technical side of things. There were no crashes or glitches or anything on my setup, which was on Xbox Series S. Everything worked perfectly. So it did tell me, and although they wanted people to play the Server Slam to push the boundaries to see whether the server would be crashing, they want to see whether there'd be any technical issues, I don't think that there were that many. So it does tell you that certain games can be created properly if tested over a long period of time, and if a lot of thought is given to the way the games are going to be functioning once released. I think Starfield is definitely on that level somewhere, tuned in. The frequency that we're experiencing with this team is so far so good. So I'm really, very excited, but there's a lot of anxiety within the game community about it. Overall, huge amount of praise. Now and then you had some begrudged individuals finding something wrong with it, because I, for life, can't understand what that might be. But I'd say 95-96% of those writing about Starfield presentation have been given it 10 out of 10. The other big game, obviously, has been around now for a couple of weeks, is Diablo, and everyone's really very, very happy. An amazing game, combining elements of the second and the third installment, delivering it in a somewhat different environment. Fantastic gameplay, lots of characters to choose from, lots of different abilities, skills tree, which is massive, and I think there's just one big word there, enjoyment, that keeps coming my way. I have seen some negative articles as well, and they were nitpicking on some minor issues. I think at the end of the day, it's all about the fans that have been with Diablo for 25 years. They'll tell you whether the game's good or not, right? Because they played Diablo 1, Diablo 2. They were not excited about Diablo 3. I've got to say, the launch of Diablo 3 was disastrous. There were many problems in there. But at the end of the day, things worked. Keep getting messages about my batteries. Just bear with me. Just bear with me. I'll just plug in the battery. I'll be back in a second. Alright my friends, I apologise for this. I did manage to resolve the issue. That's all sorted, so that all should work as good as expected. I've got a new setup. Like I said early on, I had my new laptop delivered to me in the morning, and I've spent a bit of time trying to fit it in with everything that I've got at present, so it's a bit of a novelty. It's no challenge. Used it in the past very extensively. It's replacing my Sony Vaio laptop, which worked really well until very recently, and so, you know, just one of those chores that you need to get used to. And like with any other setup, it is all about practice. You get used to the things which you will be doing every single day as you do them, and that's exactly what I've been doing here. The next big thing coming in on the news is all about Final Fantasy. We have seen that one part of Final Fantasy will be arriving at smartphones, and you are going to be able to download it and play the beta more or less straight away. So you need to register, download and play. And then the other exciting, well, the other lot of excitement that is taking place by Final Fantasy is about the new chapter coming in to the latest, and so we are very, very excited. And if you watch the presentations, you would have seen it, and definitely the trailers are very, very interesting, and anyone who is a great fan of Final Fantasy or a long-time gamer will tell you just can't wait for that date to roll. The other thing that's popped up on the news today is, incidentally, about Arkane Studios, and they said they will be indeed working on the new content. They'll keep introducing new content. They asked everyone to be as patient as possible. The first big thing they launched this week was the major patch, and that patch, or the update, is going to be resolving many technical issues that we experienced at the launch, and we are looking forward to this. I've not tried it yet. I've got a list. I published an article that taken, I think, also from IGN or Games Radar early in the week, indicating what's in it, and it's massive. It's pages and pages and pages of changes. So that's really good to see, because Arkane and Bethesda had listened to the complaints coming in from various gaming communities, and particularly from the Xbox Game Pass community that was outraged by the non-functionality of literally everything in the game. And they are promising us a lot more content, so expect seasonal content, expect story missions, expect radical changes in the narrative. Maybe we'll get even some cutscenes. We'll see. Lots of complaints directed at Arkane for many different reasons, but it's good to see that they're taking everything on board. And also the Xbox executives said that they will not allow the game to fail, because it was a major investment and they want everything to be as good as possible. So I'd like to invite my community members to have a look at Redfall, and just take your time, pop in every week, have a look if there are changes, whether the game begins to work better, whether there's a lot more to do when you walk around the city, and you know, we'll feed back whatever our experiences are to Arkane and Xbox. And I'm certainly not wanting to see the game of that magnitude fail, but I also do not want to see people forking out $100 and then having that degree of disappointment, which is what's happened. I didn't have to pay anything for it because I'm the ultimate subscriber, but at the end of the day, the ultimate subscription also had been aligned with those expectations, because quite frankly, Xbox had not been releasing any major AAA blockbusters, and this was the biggest one of the year, and it's been talked about for a couple of years, and we've seen vidocs and trailers and various other presentations. So, you know, obviously, if nothing worked, and if the overall concept appeared to be very disappointing, then everyone got very, very angry. So the article is assuring us that the game will carry on and the new content will keep coming. So let's wait and see. I think lots of people had cold feet on the title, and if you looked at the comments, they were all saying, well, like Anthem, you'll be pulling plug in no time. I don't really think that's exactly the same. I think Anthem was a much sort of greater, ambitious type of project than this one. This is obviously a big game with multiplayer, PvP and open world as well as PvE, but at the end of the day, it did not have that degree of magnitude that we experienced with Anthem, and the ambition or anything to do with the tech. Anthem failed on the technical side of things completely. It's just a game that's still not ready to be released. It's a game that needs another type of tech to be fully applied before you can release it. It's a bit like Starfield, but with the multiplayer, and everything is based on the multiplayer activity, and the servers just couldn't take it. There was just one problem after another. Let me think what else we've seen. Well, that's probably it. That's just the main news. A lot of feedback coming in still on the showcase events and the Summer Game Festival. I think overall presentation, the overall feedback about those presentations has been extremely popular and positive, and we've seen many people being very excited about many different games. For all of you who are not watching shows earlier in the week, I did single out a few that I'm really excited about, and I have a few questions coming in from our community members. Just bear with me a second, I can't see my screen too well. Let's see. Yeah, that's okay now. I had a few questions sent to me asking what were my highlights and favourites, because obviously you knew that I watched the entire presentation and followed the festival day after day, and it's actually a difficult question. There are very many titles I'm very interested in, but the ones that really grabbed me, number one is Starfield. That just is my kind of game. It's like Mass Effect multiplied by 1,000 times, with more than 1,000 planets and a whole galaxy to explore. I just can't wait for the game to roll. And everything I've seen in the Vidoc was making me even more excited and even more convinced that they will not allow the game to have major technical problems or any form of major non-delivery or mishap, which had been the case with Cyberpunk and Anthem, Redfall included. So Starfield's number one. The game that really surprised me, that I was not expecting, is Star Wars Outlaws. Well, I've heard little about the game before the weekend, and everything that's come our way through the Vidoc and the trailers and the walkthrough, the gameplay, which was narrated by some of the developers, was incredibly enjoyable and highly exciting. So definitely that's the number two. Then two games that I've not heard of before at all before watching the presentations. Clockwork Revolution, resembling Bioshock. Very excited about this game. It looked amazing. And then there's Lies of P, bringing us back to medieval France. Very excited about it. And the list just goes on. We can look at all the other ones: Final Fantasy, Prince of Persia, The Division, obviously Assassin's Creed. 3 games coming out at once: one for Android, one for virtual reality, the third one for consoles and PCs. And the list just goes on and on. But those two, the biggest surprises: Star Wars Outlaws and Starfield. And well, actually, described it wrongly. Starfield wasn't a surprise, but it just sort of confirmed that the expectation was not in vain. It just seemed like a really fully fledged game. And a day later, Todd Howard indicated that the original proposal to run the game on 60 FPS will be downgraded because they're worried that on 60 FPS the game may not perform as well on some of the platforms. So 30 FPS is going to be fine, and they can always upgrade it in due course, as the tech obviously advances. And I really think it's a very, very wise decision. A lot of people supported the decision in view of all the technical failures of recent months and years, and a lot of people question, why is it possible? Why is it necessary for that to be applied in a single player game? Because you're not going to be using the servers as much as, for instance, the multiplayers. But I'm quite certain there are reasons as to why that is, and I personally feel very much aligned with their thinking and their ideas. What else? That's about it. That's the news. So let's just crack on with some gameplay. I really went yesterday to what was it? The Reef, and there's one mission there. We need to eliminate the Echoes of Oryx, and it's a very difficult one if you're doing it by yourself. I've not played it for quite some time, so I was not able to complete yesterday before the end of the stream. And if anybody pops in today, we are just remembered that I should have really brought this back. you know, the heat really is affecting me so badly that I even forgot to bring the picture up. So, talked. I think I should have been heard. Alright, let's just crack on without further ado. I talked enough for today, I think, and we want to have some action here. Coming back to our charitable fundraising, as I was talking and describing the news, I received another 2 messages from the charity that I'm supporting, and that's the Mind UK. They are very grateful to everyone here. Oh, look at this, options. We are having something that needs to be upgraded, and that is our Baujuju. Let's see. Baujuju. Okay, so that should be fully upgraded, I believe. Yeah. I received some messages from their team. They're very grateful to everyone, and myself in particular, everyone in our community, for constantly, continuously, every day raising the profile of the charity and trying to raise funds. So I'm hoping that we'll actually see some funds in our account in the next few weeks, because we really want to help them financially as well as through our PR. And there's no problem in me raising the PR with my community members or other platforms, but we actually want those donations to be coming, because the revenue is extremely important for the charity and for their operations, in order for them to be able to select volunteers, in order to provide induction, in order to get some extra resources. The list just goes on. We know it. The charities are absolutely in the need of our support and help. So remember that. If you're interested, you want to be involved, just click on the link and then you get all the information. In fact, I'll give you the link straight away. Just bear with me. That's annoying. Let me just get the link as well. You can see what I've written. There we are. What's really great about the way Tiltify integrated the charitable streams with everything else is that you can get all the information and you can actually watch the stream through the link. So when you click on the link, you are going to be seeing the stream in there as it is being delivered here on Twitch. So that's really so good, and you can use it for your future reference as well. If you're up and about, you can't access Twitch, the platform doesn't work, or it's a problem with the app, or something problem with your phone, not wanting to stream properly through the Twitch app, you can always go to Tiltify and the link, which is for myself, gaming and fundraising for Mind UK, and you will be getting the picture as crisp as possible for you to follow, and obviously to engage with us here on our broadcast. Right, so that's that. So we've got this sorted. What are we going to do today? I think in view of what we've done yesterday, we better go to the reef, and then just a minute, that wasn't it. That's quite wrong. It was on Mars, wasn't it? Yeah. So we'll go for Cerberus. Level easy strike. Can we? Oh yeah, we'll do light. So that'll be a bit more difficult, a bit more interesting for everyone. There are several bounties that need to be still completed. We can do this with ease. So we'll go to Mars and then crack on with some of our activities. looks good. I'm excited. I've not done these for quite some time. For all of you who've been here with us for some time, you will remember that there was a period where I decided to play the Destiny missions in a chronological fashion, and the reason for that was me wanting to get some better understanding of the story and everything that Destiny has to offer on the narrative side of things, and it just made it more confusing. And then I discovered our friend that the best way of getting to know more about the story was through the collection of Greenmore elements, and if I was to be reading the book and getting the lore, as it's called in the sequel, then I'll be more familiar with the ins and outs. So that's what I've been doing ever since, but you know, still a lot to complete, irrespective of all the time I spent here with our community members doing it live online. It's a good idea, but still I think they could have worked on a story from the beginning, so we would have had a bit more of the interactive narrative. That would have been my personal favourite. Still, can't complain, love the game. So what's this? Look at him. I can't really hide there. I wanted to hide there and someone was blocking my way. Don't know what it was. Okay. How many people are watching Destiny today? Let's see. We had... okay. Not many streamers broadcasting Destiny 1 anymore, which is sad. But what I did observe is that many Destiny gamers from the sequel and people who not played the original game decided to migrate to us. And that's been a very good experience. Because our community here is, well, I guess it's a Destiny community through and through, but there are many people who are not that keen on the sequel, and people who are still playing the original game quite a bit. That Colossus is down here now. Hang on a minute. Ah, please don't tell me that I got kills again. It looks like we were slotted in. Well, I guess playing it safe here just didn't work, you know? Take a bit of time really to eliminate. You know what, I'm not gonna be bothered with this Colossus there. What we'll do is we'll just take one of our synths. Remember that if you're playing Destiny 1. They give a lot of extra ammunition, and I've got too many. I had like more than 200 last week, so I'll just make sure that he is long gone. It's funny that he managed to evade that rocket. That's very strange, right? The other guy's racing it by the looks of it. That's just for fun, really, to do something different. I'm not that keen on these interceptors, but there you are. It's very easy to get eliminated. Hopefully that resolved the problem. Let's see. Oh, there's no one in here. "16 rockets? No, it's not. Actually, I got it wrong. What's good about oh. Yeah, a bit slow. I was a bit slow. Ah, Epic Posto is basically following my example, right? Thank you. Well, that interceptor is not too good. It's bulky, it's remote, you know. Yep, okay. Extra ammunition. Okay, we got this. That worked well. You know what, maybe I just picked up the wrong kind of interceptor. Maybe some works better. I think. Yeah, that's not too bad. Oh, come on. Had to exploit, right? Use our Kreuzer on them. Thank you, thank you. Oh, he's racing. Okay, he wants to really get to the boss. Well, I don't really like speed racing, but I'll definitely follow our friend because we want to do it together. At the end of the day, Destiny is a multiplayer, and we always want to have a squad for the strikes and pinnacle activities. And the squads need to support each other, you know, so... Come on. Well, that was pretty good. We got still a few ads left. We need to check out the Nightfall Strike. I think we done yesterday our weekly story mission. So we'll see. We'll see what's out there this week. See whether we also migrate to the sequel afterwards. We were doing a bit of it the other day, but I couldn't really stream it off my PlayStation because the weekly update didn't register properly. So I've gone for Series S, and Twitch app just doesn't work on Series S anymore. We couldn't stream at all, there's no sound, it was choppy picture, it was terrible. Which is really regrettable, as the graphics on Series S is significantly superior to what I have here. What? No rockets anymore, that's annoying. Try to get some. Mind you, we can... I don't know who's there. Get synths for extra ammunition. Yeah, let's go. Let's just rocket in as much as possible, close range. What, he's not dying? That's ridiculous. Did you not see that? 4 or 5 rockets slammed into him, so he really should have been long gone. Okay, thank you. Where is that beast? Yeah, just use a grenade on him, he's going to be gone. That's it, he is gone. Thank you! We've got him.
Commanders of Allah know there's one less problem on Mars.
Valus Ta'ark has finally been defeated in the Cabal Command Delta Great War. But in the darkness rising, more fleets will come and new leaders will rise. We must be ready to face them all.
Don't want to use my skeleton key. So I don't have that many skeleton keys. I want to use them for Nightfall Strikes. Yeah, got 2. Vanguard booster. Hipfire. My bad juju's doing the business. That's good. We want bad juju to be as good as possible. Right, so let me think. Maybe we'll go to the tower quickly if the game allows us to go there. As you would have seen, there has been that Beaver Baboon error message that I kept getting throughout the week, and I think it was dependent on how many activities we completed. It was sort of unpredictable to a degree. Are there any footy fans in here? Is anyone watching the Nations League? We had 2 very exciting days. on Wednesday and Thursday, semi-finals. The one on Wednesday was very exciting. It was a big proper drama with the 96-minute equaliser by the Netherlands, and then Croatia scoring extra 3 goals, one of which was disallowed in the extra time. And then we had yesterday Italy versus Spain, and Spain won 2-1. Anyone will be watching on Sunday the finals for the gold and then for the bronze. Oh yeah, that's good. You know, now I know that I should not be going to the tower straight away. That's the first thing I need to remember, because there is a glitch. Alright, so we are getting a reward. Rewards from this faction for reaching a new reputation level. Strange coin. Okay, that's good. Modes. How many strange coins have I got altogether? 28. Alright. Where is Zer is the question, because we want to go there and pick something up from him. Cordova. That's not something we need. Takanomi Ranger. It's been a while since I had an exotic picked up. These ones are not necessary. If you are a newbie, then keep these and level up, because you can be infusing the blues and greens with your new weapons. But if you have 4400, you just want legendaries and exotics, nothing else. Just remember that. I like that mask that I'm wearing, I've got to say, it's really cool. Still some space for us there, you see that? Sekopupu has all the masks of the world in Destiny 1. Is that right, Sekopupu? He's not here today. Maybe an exotic item. Well, that would be exciting, right? Get rid of some of these unnecessary bits of equipment, like this one. But don't really follow my example in here, because if you are leveling up, this game does take a long while to get to 4400, and just make sure you infuse everything. That's 400, yeah. We got plenty of these. I'm just doing quick admin, and I want to have some slots available for any future mission. So this one needs to go back to Master Rahul. Right? Hang on. Yeah. We go to Master Rahul first. You'll know that Master Rahul is not that prominent in the sequel compared to Destiny 1, because in this game he is always decrypting, and loads of engrams you pick up. Hawksaw. Is that 400? Hawksaw? No. Not interested in anything which is less than 400. KD? Cordova. Alright, that's good, 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 good. Nox Astur, Praelie, Crown Princess, strange coin. Strange coin. Not that many, but still. Picked up the currency we can use for exotics. Remember, Zer is the Agent of 9, the character, NPC, non-playable character that we can use every single weekend in Destiny 1 to get the exotics. Lots of people complained about Zer access in the sequel, because everyone's highlight of the week was to collect all the currency and then go to Zer on Friday or Saturday and pick up that exotic. So, you know, this one I have not used much. Memory of Scory. Increase intellect, void catalyst, fallen piercer. Okay, increase discipline. Let's see whether we've got anything else that can be used. Is this memory of Felwinter? Just a minute, it's 117, what's the other one? Yeah, we'll take that actually. Ah, that's not particularly good because this memory of Felwinter is going to be disabling our super, so we don't really want that. And you can see that you're getting discipline and strength massively enhanced due to that. Try that one. Want to masterwork it maybe? Because these are the ones you would have picked up there through Saladin and okay, that's fine. That should be fine. Just pick up some bounties. I keep thinking I need to get bounties from him, but he actually is not providing us with bounties. He's giving us weapons to calibrate. It's a field test weapons. You know what, we'll just pick up some of these. I've got too much money. I'm too rich. Need to reduce the overall currency levels because at the end of the day I'm picking up so much currency elsewhere. Okay, and then go to consumables, see whether there's anything else. That's for the Crucible, Black Wax Idol, Raid Encounter. Okay, got that. 170, 180, that's plenty. That is gonna serve us for go to the House of Judgment, and this one as well. We need to remember this. King's Fall, okay. Trials, that's probably useless, isn't it? Siva Fragments will give you a special key, which is Siva Cache Key, so you can open the chest in the Wrath of the Machine raid. You get one per week. Fine, we'll keep this. And so that is about it, I think, as far as I want to see. Bounties. These ones need to be completed. 1. Taking precision kills. 15 orbs. Any strike playlist. Mars lieutenants. Okay, we can still do something on Mars, I think. Go to Zavala, pick up that Nightfall bounty. We can do that as well. Okay, it's got some for us.
What can you use?
Vanguard Chroma. Good. Picked up some of those. Spectre. Same, is it? 39, 38. Oh, this one's not that good. You know, I didn't bother really to check every one of these, but every single time you pick up Legendary Exotic, they will be having different kinds of abilities and a different strength levels, so you always need to check this if you're really being meticulous. But I'm not really. I'm just after the exotics, and then obviously some of the best legendaries, since they've got really good weapons to get through everything. So if you're wearing these ones, Bonds of EO, you get double jump. So jump is a lot more powerful. That's very useful with some of the activities, because I did have a serious problem with jumping at the beginning of the game when I was starting out. So if you pick up this selection of boots, definitely make sure you equip them, because they'll make it easy for you to be jumping. And also you can be getting extra rocket ammunition, increased agility, which would mean you can evade the enemies better after avoid double kills. So these are very good ones. Eon Tracer boots. I just keep wearing the Future War Cult armor, which doesn't seem to be the best one, but trying to think. Let's see. Yeah, I quite like this. The trick thing here is it's not all about your vanity and your appearance, it's about the functionality, you know? Anyway, we'll change things from time to time. Just like having everything which is masterworked, fully equipped. Want to masterwork my Juju. We have, let's see, rate of fire, real stability, reload very fast, range, we're looking at impact. Yeah, the Juju's got really poor impact. Look at the impact of Thorn. Grasp of Monarch. You know what? We'll actually increase the value of the Thorn. We might be able to use it.
Let us help you, Doug.
So that will
We have
take.
to claim the system back from the Dark.
Nightfall will take. Okay. That's all picked up. She got anything for us?
Good. You're here.
No, nothing with her. Alright. Don't think I've got any other space for... Oh, I have actually. I've got still spaces for 2 more bounties, so that's good. Eris. Not talked to her for a long while.
Afraid of the dark.
Okay.
Stay wary.
While the functionality of NPCs in the sequel is significantly different, Eris is aligned with the story and everything that takes place in Shadowkeep. It's all sort of based on her activities, and it's very different in here. I'll take a screenshot of this, because I quite like that onion. And maybe what I'll do is I'll do it like this. There. So back and front. Have a look at the view. Remember all the loved ones. Keep the places you like the most in your mind, and then you will be departing to orbit, and then you'll be entering another battle. So that is what we are going to be doing. So let me see, where are we going to be going? Well, mind you, I failed to pick up those extra 2 bounties, which is a bit silly. I've gone up to the top deck in order to get the bounties. It's the heat doing it, I'm telling you. I just can't think. It's too hot in here. It's the whole day that I'm enjoying the sunshine hitting my wall, and it's I can fry an egg in there, make my English on the wall. It's so hot, which may be a good idea, you know, save on the energy bill, and just extraordinarily hot. I'm surprised we didn't have such hot weather in this part of England so early in June previously, but things have changed. Last summer was very hot, and then the summer before was very mild, so you never know. There are many pleasant sights in here. We have 4 rivers and one can just sit by the river, you know, do some work or so. But we can't be doing the streams from there.
Service normal.
Scar Drive, Cryptid Engram. What's happening? Okay, so that's all sorted. We go for the engram.
Finding a way. The Guardians dared our action that we all separated that.
Tundra. Mods.
Nothing's impenetrable.
Pilgrim's Cloak.
This is close.
Okay, get rid of all of this. Don't need any of it. But what I'm curious about is, yeah, that's right. We are going to be infusing this Tread Upon Stars with Thorn. .400 attack. Needs to be masterworked, but this weapon is very powerful, and you've seen it in some strikes. You've seen other people using it. It's a taken weapon. So why not? Why not? Mind you, I want to masterwork my Bad Juju, but it looks like it will take me a bit of time. So I think we'll try that Thorn. Impact is much greater than the impact by Bad Juju. Range of Bad Juju is massive. Stability as well. Reload is as fast. Rate of fire. Yeah, Bad Juju's got a better rate of. Anyway, we'll try this weapon. We'll try to masterwork our exotics. So that needs to be my task. I need to kind of put it in paper and make sure that we are indeed doing it. Okay.
Until the next time.
Until the next time, yeah. And this time we are not going to be forgetting being adventurous. We are not going to be forgetting these bounties. So that's for Seavers, okay. Rapid kills. Super kills. That's fine. Goodbye. Okay. Do this thing.
Re-up bounty, 1 Horn Devils Captain, Cordillera Blanca.
I like that. Look at this. Isn't that pretty? That's the ideal mask for Halloween. And we are nowhere near that date at the moment. So let me think, what do we do? Well, we'll just go to we'll go to Mars first. Complete these bounties that I've got of Petrus, and then we'll go and do some Seavers and maybe a weekly story mission. Maybe, you know, we always have plenty to do. But I'd like also to migrate to the sequel, because I fancy doing some missions in there, the story mission and a few other things, and I want to see what it is going to look like on PlayStation when we are streaming it. Right, Mars. Valley of the Kings, that was Cerberus, and then there is this other strike, Dust Palace. Make it a bit more challenging. Maybe we change that ship, eh? This one we used now for a couple of days. Let me see, how about this one? Right, middle thread. Okay, I like this one though. Reminds me of Anthem. The character I played there, I'm trying to think what the character was called, like a Colossus or so, was just like this, red and blue, the outfit. His armor was just the same. I really adore customization in Anthem. You can do so many different things and change the outfits and change colors and functionality and all sorts. And what I've seen with Starfield is exactly the same sort of thing, just raising the bar because the tech's actually moved forward during the last few years, and I really like that. I like making a character that has got some elements of me. You know, that's the idea with these avatars and character creation procedures, and I think some of the new games are giving us this opportunity. So you can create a character that looks exactly like you. That's just fantastic, isn't it? And in the future, they probably will have the new thing where you will import your own photographs, and you know, the facial features could be exactly the same or so. But then, at the end of the day, you can ask yourself the question: do you want the character to be exactly like you?
Back in Cabal hands.
Well,
Word
I'm
is
not
they
problem
let
with
the
that.
Scion
I'm
flayers
interested.
out of their cages to dig around in the central AI's cortex, which means they really want what's buried in there. If Rasputin was protecting it, it's valuable. We've got to flush those flayers out.
I'll just give you another link.
According to Vanguard reports from Cade, the Scion flares are already at the top of the Dust Palace. We'd better move.
So if you enjoy what you see, and if you like the chat and our community activities, you can support us by tipping, which again is a new thing that I introduced here to the channel, and we do that through Stream Elements. So if you are enjoying the activities and if you like what we are doing, then certainly please donate and please tip. Therefore you'll help me to pay the bills as far as the channel is concerned, the internet, the accessories, the third-party involvement of different companies with the stream, the moderators, etc., etc. So there it is. It says if you like what you see here and enjoy our community and chats, you can support us by tipping. So any shillings and pence or anything of any sort, whatever that might be, will be greatly appreciated by myself and by our community. Yeah, these are not too difficult. I've done this several times in Sealers and also elsewhere. Ah, it's gone. Okay. Probably can change my heavy. We don't need that rocket launcher anymore. Angov Kreuzer. Ah, so there is a serious issue in here with this. Okay, Shadow Price, and then we'll put our sword on. That's Dark Drinker. My favorite sword. Ah, we haven't got. Oh, okay. We can use our synth in order to get some ammunition. So where is the synth? Here. Plenty of ammunition, so we are ready. Okay. Super is charged. Oh, Sekapupa's here. Hello, how are you doing? Sekapupa's joined my team. That's fantastic. You got your PlayStation. Hang on, I'll bring Sekapupa in. Wait a minute. Where is that party? Hang on, I need to bring in Sekapupa. Power. I forgot how to do it. No, that's not it. Just a minute. I want to bring in Sekapupa so we can talk live online. Yeah, Sekapupa sent you a party invite, so you can you hear me? Can you hear me? Or do you switch the party? I can't hear you. Party joined. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Can you hear me? It's a bit odd. Don't know what's going on. Hello? Oh yeah, now I can hear you. Yeah, just increase your mic because you're not loud enough, I don't think. So I've got the game down and... How are you? Good, good, good. You got your PlayStation back, right? Oh, excellent, excellent, excellent. You lead the way, I'll follow you. Just want to say to our friends who are watching various platforms, we have Sekapupa in here, our Destiny veteran, friend and community member from Finland. And hopefully everybody can hear everything online, because there were some issues with this Twitch app of late, and I'll wait for Sekapupa to sort out his admin. There. I'll follow you. Yep. Yeah, you got him sorted, so that's all done. You know, we had some new community members coming in from Italy and from South Africa and from New Zealand. We have quite a few people from New Zealand. You remember our friends who were coming in every day to talk to us, and that was so great to see. We got them all sorted. Try this weapon now. I put the sword on, but I really want to be leveling up Thorn. swapped it, you know, to use Dark Drinker. Mind you, I can just bring it back because you joined me. God, that worked well. Well, this is not working well. This is not working well. It's me being a bit overly optimistic. They got me. They got me. There's too many of them out there. Hang on, where have you gone? You walked to the wall. You've done the weekly story mission in Destiny 2. It's quite good. I haven't completed it, I don't think. I've done one part of it. Because you've gone forward and the ghost is still active. Super is charged. I told our community members about our friend from the US a little while back who was teaching us how to use these PlayStation tips in order to walk through the walls. You remember where you got stuck there with the Postmaster? A little while back now. I tried doing a finish on him, which is a bit silly considering we don't have it here like that. I got killed again. I'm a bit rusty. Ah, we are both dead. We are both dead. Self-res. Well done. That is definitely a mission complete. Now there is another one left in here. You've seen all the new titles coming our way from the Summer Game Festival. It's like hard to think what's playing next. There's so many great titles, and Starfield is gonna be literally the game for you, don't you think? Anyone who is into Skyrim would love it. It's the same thing, just a massive big space opera. You'll have the whole galaxy to explore with more than 1,200 planets. So that will be busy, believe you me.
Guardian down.
Oh. Harpy. The other day, this section here was yet again glitched. I think it's glitched again, don't you? These ones are sorted. Heavy ammunition or not? Oh, there's another one up there. You sorted them all out. Actually, I could do with change my gear. Do this and yeah, ready. Where are you? What happened? I'm gonna want to get my synth. Yeah, one's gone. The second one's gone. Where's the third one? Oh, there. Completed.
I'll let the Vanguard know the flayers are dead.
If those Scion flayers were tangling with Rasputin, they are way more powerful than we realize. We better keep an eye on where the Cabal...
Let's nightfall it. What do you think, huh? Have you got a bounty for it? Ah! Look at that. Ah!
Guardian down.
We were both nose diving in there. Alright. Well, for the benefit of our viewers, we have completed this strike, which is always enjoyable, but you've seen it last week when I was doing solo, and I completed it as well. The trick here is to be attacking the science all at once. So if you've got three players have to be on one of them if it's in the Nightfall strike, and then you keep eliminating each one of them, like all three players together with swords or any powerful weapons that you've got. So that's the best way of doing it. Do you fancy Nightfall strike now? Okay. Ah, okay. Just have a look at my inventory there. Haven't completed any of this. Okay. That's for the Seavers, no wonder. So what's the weekly strike? Nightfall, let's see, weekly story playlist. Let's see, a crisis heroic. The darkness grows stronger. Form a fire team of 3 and face enemies with new challenges. Very hard. Look at this. Daybreak, the darkness grows stronger and so do you. Form a fire team of 3 and unleash your light with great increased ability recharge. More enemies have shields. Plus take more damage while airborne, so we shouldn't be jumping. Primary weapon damage is favoured. Solar burn. Okay, we'll change it to solar then. Oh no, we got solar already. And we think what would be a good way in. Put a Crota on. And we'll take Thorn. Try that. Been leveling up my Bad Juju. Bad Juju is your favourite weapon if I'm correct, right? Used it in the Crucible quite a bit. Bad Juju is a good weapon. For everyone watching our Destiny 1 stream, if you're a newbie, we can certainly tell you that leveling up both with these weapons and with the Vanguard abilities with a super is going to take quite a bit of time. It's very grindy and a lot more difficult than the sequel, Destiny 1 and Destiny 2. So it's definitely worth keeping it in mind if you are doing it. You definitely want to be doing it together with your mates. Form a squad, a fire team of 3, and make sure you do everything together. That makes it a lot easier. And more enjoyable, of course, because this is a multiplayer, the game that's been created for people to play together.
If Omnigul can come back to life,
Oh, it's Omnigul. Okay.
I wonder if the Hive think that about us.
Well, we played this strike many times.
Death is relative.
God knows how many.
As many times as it takes.
Guess we were made for each other.
Okay, got some of that.
Be ready for anything. The Hive and Fallen here are more desperate than they've ever been.
He's gone. Ah, got killed by these two. You know, I worked out yesterday what this structure is called. It's called a shield generator. So that was quite educational. Give us a res. Thank you. Rocking with this Kreuter. Thralls. I don't see you actually. Doesn't tell me where you are. Oh yeah. Loads of spicy shanks in here, you see that? Loads. I'm on fire. Not like in a kind of positive sense of the word, it's just caught flames basically. Ah, that sniper got me. Still 10 seconds by the looks of it. Oh, you got killed as well. Hold on. Self-res. Yeah, loads of enemies out there.
The Cosmodrome is turning into a breeding ground for Hive and Siva. It's like one big, disgusting petri dish.
Well, it's a Nightfall Strike after all, right? Ah, I got killed again. That sniper's so deadly. We need to eliminate that sniper ASAP. He's on top of that box, top right. Just watch out for the shanks. The one to your right. Thank you. Thank you. Where is he? He's gonna get me again. Not careful. He's right on top. I got him. Blimey, that was ferocious. God, I wanted to pick up this heavy ammunition, and that Splicer Shank got me. Oh, you got killed as well. Hmm. What shotgun is this? Oh. Does the business. So hot in here, I'm dying. Thank you. Ah.
Let's find Omnigul.
Yeah, we managed to sort them all out eventually. But now the most difficult bit starts. So for everyone watching, we are going to be having Omnigul, that dreaded beast. It's the two of us. The biggest trouble with this strike, when in the Nightfall format, is the thralls. They keep exploding behind you all the time, so that is what we are going to be mindful of.
Guardian down.
Did you self-res? Yeah, you did. Resurrected. So just tell our viewers, how is it possible that you can self-res all the time?
Omnigul is back for a reason, and it's not just a yell. Though she does.
That's right, it's bad juju.
Finish her before it's too late.
So for all of you who are watching, I'll put that bad juju on, just for people to see. You've got that perk that gives you self-res, so this is why I'm leveling up my bad juju. It's a super.
I can't believe that voice is coming out of such tiny mandibles.
Which super is it? Arc. I completely forgot about it. It's been a while since I played it. Yeah, be rolling. That's good. You'll tell our viewers about it in a minute once we finish the strike, because I'm sure that people would be quite curious to see and learn from you on what they can do in order to self-res. Well, everyone can see those thralls, and these thralls are really deadly. Ah, look at this. That is annoying. Amigo got me. Watch out for that knight there. The one to your left. I got killed immediately. Just as soon as I respawned, I was killed. Thank you. Where is the beast now? Oh god, two of them came from behind me. Just like I said earlier, everyone watching, just remember these thralls come from behind you if you're not careful enough, which is why I wasn't. They explode and then you're dead. And these thralls are very deadly, not just here in this strike, but literally throughout Destiny 1. A lot more dangerous than in sequel. Because they sneak, and they're quiet. stuck in there. That's terrible. Golden gun's not doing a lot of damage, you know? I survived. Ah, he exploded on me yet again. I guess we need to start from the beginning, which is not really that entertaining. Just a second. Where is it now? Ah, done the wrong thing. Never mind, I've picked up some heavy ammunition, so that's alright. That Olga's resisting. Oh, it's just a little bit. Ah, that thing oh no! That troll killed us. Even Omnigul had less than 1% life left. God, that was dreadful. That was dreadful. guess we failed this time. Again, I haven't got enough on my golden gun to complete. Oh, that. Oh no! Oh, you had self-res. Oh, that's. No, this is trolls. Just like I said to our friends there watching, it's just when Omnigul has 1% left. It's the trolls that kill us, so it's it gets kind of a bit unpleasant, right? Look at that. Well, I wasn't careful, that was my fault. It's busy talking rather than watching Omnigul. Apologize to Zekapupu and our viewers for that. Beast doesn't want to leave you alone. Thank you. Well, they nearly got me. Oh no. Too close, I just have to pick up the extra ammunition. Another tip, don't come too close to Omnigul. That's something you learn as we go along, right? Watch out, that throw. Yeah. Another one. He's just down to your left. He still lives. That throw. Yeah. That Tommy was too powerful just for one person. Thank you. Lots of lights, we are picking up some rewards, that's good. Super sphere. What, another Olga? Now those thralls are gonna come out. Just watch out.
There are no
Oh, we
further
completed it.
traces of
Okay,
hiding.
cool.
Well, if she comes back, so will we.
Let's see.
Look
Your
at us.
skeleton key.
Omnigul's neutralized and Eris didn't have to lift a finger.
You should tell her.
I didn't get anything.
Trust me, she'd prefer to hear it from you.
I didn't get a
Come on
thing.
back, Guardian. Good work.
Like nothing. Literally nothing. That's crazy. That's too bad, really. All of that for nothing. Ah, that's disappointing. Oh, no, I did get something. That's gone into my armor. I picked up Capri Sting. Capri Sting, invisible while crouching. Invisible melee. Have you got that one? Capri Sting. It gives you invisibility while crouching. You got it, yeah? Melee attacks cause lingering damage. Well, I'm gonna try that actually. See whether. Hang on. Put this on. See what it's gonna be like. Level it up. Got some engrams. Any more anywhere? Do you want to go back to the tower, or shall we just crack on with some sievers? Okay. Do some admin. Need to double check and see how well I'm doing with that thorn. because I want to masterwork it. Yeah, the game's... I only had a notification that I picked something up as we completed literally everything. Inclusive of admin. Off to the tower. Want to say to our viewers, if you're a newbie just joining our Destiny community, it's very important every single time you complete certain activities, you go back to the tower or to the reef and you do your admin. In Destiny 1, the inventory or the postmaster are not infinite, they're very small, and unless you really clear it all out, it can be that some of the important exotics are lost after you completed the raids or nightfall strikes. So very important that you do that every single time. It's like a system that needs to be applied. Collecting bounties, resolving extra weapons and armor, and getting sorted for every single battle ahead, unless you're doing campaign missions or something which is not particularly difficult, and in those you're not getting pinnacle gear. Well, it's good to be back, isn't it? You also haven't played Destiny 1 for a while, haven't you? Yeah, so it's good stuff. I was doing that Echoes of Oryx strike yesterday, and it was very difficult because I managed to really get him down to like 2 or 3%, and every single time I got caught in the flames, you know, the flames that come from overheads, and as soon as you catch flame, or I caught his gas or liquid, whatever it was. Look at him. He looks like a dead loop. It's a death loop, not dead loop. Death loop it is. Look at him. That's quite funny. So we can contest with that sort of dance. Really? It's not happened to me this week, but I really... Oh, that's cool. Look at that. He's changing it. Really good outfit. Titan. Wouldn't have guessed that he was a Titan beforehand, you know? Do you see that? His outfit was a bit like something out of Marvel superheroes. And I will wave to our friend Mike, and then we'll get on with some admin. Husk of the Pit. I picked up even 2 of those. Cloak of the Cosmonaut. All my victims' cloak. It was discipline 23, 22, 25. Could put that in. Cryptid cloak as well. Can put it in the vault. Oh, look! I actually in that Nightfall Strike Sekapupu, I was given not 1 but 2 Khepri stings. Like a double Khepri sting I've got now. One which is enabled, and the other one, you know? So what do? I don't need it. I can't use it to any other character. I can just delete it, can't I? I don't really need it. So this one is 7289. Yeah. The one I picked up in the Nightfall Strike, directly, yeah, that's 7289 strength. And the other one that came in after we completed everything in there, we're going back to orbit, is 3739. So I'll get rid of that one. What did I get? Exotic Shard. That's not bad, is it? And I've got something there as well to be got rid of. No. See you later, KD.
The Guardian stared Oryx in the face.
Have you heard the new voice of Zavalas last week?
You're very lucky, Guardian.
Very similar. They found another actor who's got a very similar voice, but slight. I mean, you can really see, you can hear that it isn't as protrudingly deep. Because Lance Reddick was similar to James Earl Jones, with like a very, very deep voice, and he shall be sorely missed, has to be said. He's a very good actor, and definitely a completely irreplaceable member of Destiny community. He was there with Destiny from the beginning. Apparently died of a heart attack out of the blue. Very sad. You remember that everybody was paying respects at the shrine. They created a shrine there at the tower on the day of his passing. It was just really quite impressive. Wish I would have taken some clips. But I didn't, because my Xbox had not really well, performed well, but I had an outstanding complaint with the Microsoft support team. I didn't want to be doing any clips or anything before they resolved it, you know. They still haven't resolved it. It's been already 2 months. Watch Bellicose. What exotic did you get, actually? When you which one? Ah, any good? Yeah.
Always interesting.
Yeah, I know. I used to have 4 cats. They're very keen on having an appetizing snack where you don't expect it to be, and
Service restored.
well, cats, a bit like dogs actually. Cats are smarter. They know exactly when to strike, you know, when you're doing something or you are not paying attention, and they just sneak in and eat. Right, I'm sorted with this, I think. Let's see. Don't think I completed anything in oh yeah, I did actually. I completed, oh, I did. Completed Weapons Master. Ah, I see. We're not completed the Nightfall Bounty because we've run out of time. Never mind. Never mind. Strike Elite, and then the other one I completed, Queen's Grace, 15 orbs in any strike playlist. Upgrade unlocked, and that's for my Thorn. Leveling up Thorn as much as possible. Field Choke. Acras Ballistics, that's quite good. Take that. You used Thorn quite a bit, I remember. Quite a good hand cannon, I think. But Imago Loop is just probably the best, don't you think, in here? Really, really good. I've been using it all the time over the years. What do you fancy doing next? Sivas? Or we go for something that's really difficult? Let me think. Let's have a look. What's the activity you've not done for a long while you really fancy doing? Are you happy to go up? Yeah, cool. Not decided really, but we certainly can do them sometime. I think probably we can do them outside of my stream. I've not done any raids in Destiny 2, so we can definitely crack on with them. Yeah, I was actually thinking of migrating to Destiny 2 today, but obviously as you got your PlayStation and we are doing Destiny 1, I think I give that a miss. Because it'd be a real shame if missing out on, you know, the activities, because you've taken trouble to get the PlayStation in order to be live on the stream, and then no, you bought. Because you said you left it. The owners are away. Okay, so is that your PlayStation, yours or somebody else's? Oh yeah. Well, you have you watched? Yeah, okay, sure. As you could see, our friend Sekapupu from Finland is looking after the cat, and he gained access to his PlayStation, which is great. We know that PlayStation and Xbox are very much a sort of equipment that families use, so you'll frequently have 5 family members using the same console and entering the gameplay through different accounts, and Xbox is working on the plan through which they'll make it accessible, Game Pass and everything else, outside of the console equation, meaning we've seen on that presentation they showcase a couple of days ago, on Sunday to be precise, the new TV set, and the TV set is Samsung OLED, and it does have a full integration of the Game Pass. So I'm quite curious to see how this would work. They said you will not need a console, you just do it through the cloud, and they said the same thing today. I forgot to mention this earlier actually, when I was doing the news. They mentioned the same thing today about the Xbox One games. They said no new games will be now developed for Xbox One, which means everything will be next gen, and they said that all the games, if on the Game Pass, will be accessible through the cloud, irrespective of what platform you're on. So it's interesting to see how this would work, because similar to what's happened with previous conversions, it would usually cause a lot of discontent amongst the community members, and people not necessarily very happy with the change. So that's something that we have to keep in mind, and see what comes up on Reddit and other forums. But I've heard about this today, and it's the first time that's been said in status. It's the big piece of news, which I, again, due to this heat, forgot to mention. Should have said it first of all, and it will concern anyone and everyone who is on Xbox console, Xbox One that is, because had you not purchased the new console, then obviously the new games coming in will not be playable, and they will not be purchasable through the Microsoft Store if you are on Xbox One. But don't forget, Xbox One is very useful for physical copies of the games, if you have lots of these from the past, because the Xbox Series S does not have the physical drive, and we've seen that the one introduced during the showcase, it will be having a lot more memory. It will basically present you with 1 terabyte of memory. It will be black rather than white, but it will not have the physical drive, because they really want to streamline the idea of purchasing everything digitally, and that's the idea behind the new gen console. Obviously, if you are in possession of Series X, you pay extra $250, and then you are getting the benefit and of having both more memory as well as the physical drive. But just to keep everyone happy, really, if you are a proud Xbox One owner, keep that console for DVDs and Blu-rays, and for all gen games, 360, and the ones from the old days of Xbox Original, because you can stick the drive in, stick the disc in, and then you are going to be getting an automatic update that will basically enable you to play the game on your console. So still you'll be able to use the console for lots of different things. The sound and graphics visual quality is much superior on the new consoles, and I could see this so severely when I migrate from Xbox or PlayStation of the old gen to Xbox Series S. It's very noticeable. Even yesterday when I was it yesterday or the day before? No, it was the day before yesterday. Migrated to the sequel, and you could really see the difference because it was streamed off Xbox Series S. The picture quality was poor due to the app that doesn't work properly, or I should say Twitch integration on Xbox. But when you had the image that was fairly sharp, then you could really tell that it was much greater resolution, and you know, things seemed fine. So okay, Seka Pooper back. You back? We have to wait for Seka Pooper to come back, then we'll hear what we'll do next. We can actually explore the possibilities. The possibilities are always here at the very bottom, and you have the option of Mayhem, you have the option of weekly story playlists, you have Siva Crisis Heroic, which is what we've done literally throughout the whole week, and then weekly Nightfall Strike. We just completed it. It was difficult. Both myself and Seka Pooper had not played the Strike for some time, and we were slightly rusty. You're back, yeah? You're back? Yeah, cool. I'm just telling our viewers about the options that we have before us. So, I mean, pinnacle activities, we can go for Sivas, or we can go to no, that's a raid. I was thinking maybe we do the what's it called? The House of Judgment. What do you reckon? Prison of Elders, you know, that one. I mean, I've not done Prison of Elders for quite some time. I was doing it the other day with our friend from New Zealand, and it was very enjoyable. We completed both the challenge and the rounds. So, you know, if you fancy it, you also haven't done it for a while, right? We can just go there. I think before we go there, we need to pick up Sigil from Varix. You remember a friend from Las Vegas? Flying Pirates. You remember him? Surely you remember. He was in Nevada. He played Destiny 2 with us quite a few times. I've not heard from him recently, but I've seen him providing me with the likes on PlayStation, because he's seen that we were doing the streams back again, and the time zone in there is 9 hours back, so it's quite difficult for him to come in unless he was working on a night shift or something. And we've not heard from some of our friends still, but you know, they've not realized that the stream's back on, so once they pick up, then we'll have everybody back. Probably need to send them a message saying that we are back. Maybe it was during the weekend. So anybody who wants to do Prison of Elders, you got to collect this from him, Varix, and that's called Judgment's Grand Package, right? So pick this up. That's the package if you had completed the rounds, so it's like a reward. And this is important because that gives you like a key to access the arena. So that's called Elder's Sigil, right? And then you pick this up, goes to inventory. Goodbye, Varix. See, anything else that we can pick up? I think we're probably full. Yeah, that's right. I have 2 bounties left. So I have Dead Shot, kill enemies with precision shots, and use void abilities to kill enemies. Okay, we'll put void abilities back on. You ready? Or do you still want to pick up some bounties or something? You remember when you were teaching people how to jump down there? We had a whole lot of people being taught. You remember? There was it's not called Furry Pirate, Furry something, the chap from Scotland, and all the other guys, the guy from Devon and from Cornwall, they all came in to see how you're able to survive the jump. Remember that? It was a very memorable stream a little while back. You know, when we get used to the director in the sequel, it's so easy to be travelling, but in here you always have to go back to orbit. So it's always taking a bit more time. I'm pleased with the results that I'm getting on the new setup. I think the picture quality is much better compared to before, you know? I think the overlays look pretty good as well, so I'm very happy with that. You'll be delighted with Apex overlays. They look incredible. They're just like, you know, they're really as if Respawn had created them, so really good. Right, so in here we've got the challenge, and then we've got, what's this, normal, Scholar's Revenge, right, 260, okay. So for all of you who are watching for the first time or have not seen Destiny previously, or perhaps our new community members, this activity is basically one of the most popular, similar to raids and Nightfall Strikes. It can be very difficult sometimes, does require maximum team effort. So let's see what we'll get today. We didn't get anyone else. Matchmaking in Destiny 1 doesn't really work anymore. I've had quite a few Sivas where I was just doing everything by myself and nobody would really pop in later. They're not doing the maintenance and they reduced the number of rooms which are accessible to the servers worldwide, so it's really very annoying.
of elders welcomes you. Fight. Kill.
So this is going to be quite hectic. I just want to ask you, when you hear my voice, is everything audible? Is it like good quality through the game? Yeah? Because I've got a different headset I'm using, which is really very high quality. And it's also Turtle Beach, but different to the other one. I did something silly in here. I didn't really put my sword on. I survived this strike, that's good. A bit surprising. Okay, that's completed.
Servants of Oryx, approach. Want your light.
Super's charged. That super really helped in the last strike, didn't it? Level 3, wave 3.
Taken reinforcements approach.
Out. Nah, you're killed. Changing weapons and then jinxed it, basically. I'm watching a stream on my laptop and it actually looks quite good. You know, most people are watching my stream on the mobile phones. It's like literally 89%. Hardly anybody's watching it on a PC. Really surprising. Dick. We need to go back in.
You live. Well done.
Okay.
Go back to airlock. Yes.
This was one of the most popular activities in Destiny 1 originally, remember? Lots of people enjoy playing it. I'm not sure it's me or something changed, but it just turns out to be not as difficult as in the past.
Your position. Kill them, dead guardian.
I remember doing it for the first time and I found it really difficult, but that was because my warlock was underleveled and didn't have such good weapons and armor that I have today. Well, I forgot to do what was necessary. So many synths and have about 170 of them.
Guardian down.
Taken approach. Kill or be killed. Dismantle lines, yes. Or die.
Oh nice, eliminate him. He's very strong, that yellow bot enemy. No. I want those mines. I really need to defuse these ones, I forgot about this. Where's the next one? There.
Success, Guardian.
You see, I forgot about this. We had to actually standing under them in order to eliminate the mines.
Taken approach. Kill or be killed. Mines must be dismantled or dead.
Hold on, where's the last one?
Success, Guardian. Success.
Oh, we eliminated everything. Okay. Your victory tells the tale. Well,
Retreat to airlock.
retreat to airlock. Round 3. Trickle. Trickle is the mod.
Kill them, dead guardian.
Ah, exploded in your face. That's annoying. Thank you. The thralls. not getting there. So for the benefit of our viewers, as you could see, it's the two of us, like Poopa and myself, doing Prison of Elders, one of the most popular activities of Destiny 1. You know, when you watch us doing it, you think, oh, that's so easy peasy, but actually it isn't. This is reasonably difficult, considering the number of enemies that are attacking us at all times. Oh, this tortured knight got me. He got me. Careful with that knight to your right, to your left. He's like really powerful. Hide, because I'll respawn in a couple of seconds. Yeah, I'm in. Missed. Ah, missed again. I guess somebody doesn't like me being chased. He's taking 3 shots off. 3 shots. Two out of 3.
Taken come. Want your light.
Ammunition.
Important target, Guardian. Kill or be killed.
I can't believe that he was able to do that. Ah, these thralls. One of them snuck up from behind me. Ah, went up to that wizard. Don't respawn me, just hide. There's too many enemies in there. The way this works, friends, is that if we are killed, both of us, then we need to start from the beginning, and we are desperately trying to avoid this. Did I get a wizard or not? Oh, something else killed me. Right, he's alone, so that'd be easy. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Enemies die. You live. Well done. Go back to airlock. Yes.
Yes, go back to airlock. Yes. Actually, the dialogue that Varric says is probably my favourite in the game. I really like it. Good stuff. Time flies when you're having fun. It's already almost 4 hours since I started my stream. Just want to remind our friends that we are supporting one of the most important charities in Britain. It's a charity called Mind UK, and this is a charity that provides professional assistance for anyone who's experiencing any form of emotional mental health difficulty, and we are trying to raise funds for the charity in addition to raising publicity and profile for all that they do. So if you are watching and if you are feel strongly about the cause, as you know, as strongly as ourselves, then you can donate or you can get involved by promoting the cause, and there are lots of different ways to which all of us can be involved. I mean, the first step is to be just talking about it and raising the awareness amongst our community members. That can be friends and family members and associates, workmates, students, you know, anyone. And then the other is by becoming involved with the charity, by volunteering or want to do something similar. You don't have to be a streamer, you can do charitable fundraising through street collections or special events. Or if you wish to donate, just hit on a link which is on Twitch. It's on my About page, and I've also posted it a little while back here on the chat. So just click and you'll get my fundraising profile, and on the profile there is a lot of information on Mind, then myself, the streamer, the fundraiser, and also on Tiltify. Tiltify is the platform that we're using in order to raise funds. I've got to say, Tiltify worked really hard over the last couple of years on the improvement of the whole process. So what we've got is so tailored to the gamer mentality and mindset. So any time when we're about to reach a milestone, we'll have a quiz, and the quiz will be aligned with a major community-based event that will be organized outside of our regular streaming schedule in order to support the donors, the participants, and our community veterans. And those special community events are going to be focused on the pinnacle activities. So that will be us doing raids, doing nightfall strikes, doing the Crucible competitions, and it certainly will be very, very enjoyable. And remember, everyone who is going to be donating will be given a small reward. I received a pack of various rewards yesterday from the charity, and I'll be able to facilitate this. So if you feel strongly about it, just make sure you get involved. And if you want to support any other charity, just ping us a message and let us know. I have several other charities on the list, but the first campaign is dedicated to the Mind, and we are going to be running it until the end of the year. It will end at midnight of the 31st of December as we enter the new year. The target for the campaign is £1,000, so we are hoping to generate the funds within the next 6 months. And any form of contribution, however large or small, will be very, very greatly appreciated by everyone. Everyone who works for the Mind, so that is volunteers, professionals, and other staff members. Obviously, it'd be very much appreciated by the service users, and then everyone in our community as well. Okay, that worked. That was good.
They are dead. You are not.
Oh, we got back in. Alright, that's good. Look at that, 40, and you got 27. Doesn't happen frequently that I excel or exceed the number of kills and achievements the Sucker Poop is able to do. So now what's going on? That's quite unusual.
Final round.
Well, that's the end. This is the final round, which is also very difficult. So we got to be careful not to jinx it. Otherwise, if we die, we have to start it all from the beginning. And that's definitely what we don't want to do. Yeah, right. Need some lace up. Should have thought about this before entering. Oh, so many of them in there. I guess they all came here because I was using my super. Careful those exploding thralls. Just hide, I'll be spawning in a few seconds, that'll be okay. We've seen so many times our teammates trying to bring us back to life, and then guess what? We lose the queue. He's the boss, he's the boss. This. He didn't die. Oh, that's ridiculous. There was 3 spins on Dark Drinker. He still had like 5% life left. I'm respawning in 5, don't worry about me. 2, 3, 1. Yep. I guess you can hit him with a rocket launcher. I'll put No, 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 no. Nearly managed to get away. Is he gone?
Victory.
Ah, victory. That's good. I nearly got killed right at the end. Similar to what happened in that Omnigul strike. It was just similar. But I got away. So let's see what rewards we are likely to be getting.
Airlock, Guardian.
rewards at the very bottom of the pit. So this whole ring will open and then we go down to the bottom.
House judgment honors you, champion. You have won. Treasure waits below. It calls to you, yes?
Can't believe I died there. I don't know why I died. I was just jumping from one platform to another. I was too late. Mind you, we didn't get any good rewards, so not that much. We'll go for the challenge. Next. Just quickly see what I picked up. Some engrams, memory of galleon, upgraded, increased strength, increased intellect, temporal MSM, that's not particularly good. Okay, one more here. Where is it? That's engrams. Up for the challenge? The challenge of the elders, level 42. You don't fancy it? Okay. So what should we do? Some Silas? Won't be today. I think today we'll just do Destiny 1 and then Destiny 2 we can do during the weekend. I'll have shorter streams and then we can do a bit of Destiny 1. That's to bring in some of our friends from elsewhere and then migrate, because Destiny 2 is not attracting for me a lot of traffic, you know, due to the way the channel, the category operates. So it makes it a bit difficult. But I also want to be playing Destiny 2 a lot more because of the content and everything else here on the stream. And we've not streamed Destiny 2 as much over the years compared to the original game. So I think I'll have to end the stream at around 7:30, so it's in about 25 minutes. So I think if we do some Silas, that will be fitting in quite nicely. Yeah? You happy with that? With some Silas? Yeah, cool. We'll do that. The modifiers we have here are airborne, players deal more damage while in the air. Fresh troops, enemy squads being fortified with additional reinforcements. Special weapon damage is favoured, and enemies appear in greater numbers and are more aggressive. So this is going to be, you know, reasonably hard. Not as hard as what you've seen with the Nightfall or in the last section of Prison of Elders, but still it won't be pedestrian. We'll have to really be on our toes and make sure that we are as alert as possible, because the enemies will be coming in large numbers. Some of them will be quite Just want to ask Sakapupu about the weekly story missions. Have you done this weekly mission in Destiny 2? What you get every week, the new activities, the new quests. You know, the seasonal stuff that comes in every week on Tuesday. Because I've done some of it, I don't think I completed it. There were several things to do.
Guardian, we've picked up a high gain transmission. Origin point is somewhere along the coast, near the Cosmodrome.
That's Rasputin, the AI Warmind. If I'm understanding him correctly, it's a distress call. There are so few ballet fans left, Guardian. It'd be a shame to lose him.
Have you got it on the PlayStation as well? Can you just easily switch from one to the other?
Get in there, assess the threat.
All the content, you know, all the Destiny, or is it all? Yeah, it would be on your PC. Yeah, same with me, because I have it. Yeah, because I've got everything on Xbox. So the content here is primarily on PlayStation. I've got the freebie access, but they've changed it a bit, because initially it was very difficult to access most of it, but lots of that seasonal stuff can be easily accessed, so it's always the best to be doing the seasonal stuff, you know, every week. You can access it on PlayStation and Xbox. Need to change things around a bit. See, put Crota on and Thorn back on as a primary. Yeah. Got killed by the ship. Wasn't careful enough. You're having a cup of tea. That's weird, the glitch, they're sort of walking. Or maybe it's just what I can see on my screen.
Sorry, just a little longer. I think Rasputin is testing me.
No, that ain't gonna work. We need to do something else. Vigo loop and then Dark Drinker. What's happening to my grenade? The grenade's not good enough. Vortex needs to be back on. I'm being killed a lot. Where's Sekapupu? I can see that you're having a cup of tea in there. This display, it looks so weird. It looks like everything is in mid-air, you know? Really strange. I'm being killed a lot in here. They're all waiting for me to respawn, by the looks of it. We're both killed. Well, well. How old is the cat? I had very old cats, you know. One of my cats died age 22, and then the other, yeah, that's for cats usually has 16, 17 years, but 22 was just literally pushing it. And he was a very, very good cat. He was very appreciative of the fact that I adopted him. So what's actually going on in here now?
Guardian down.
It looked glitched. We were not getting into the right area of the map. Yeah, I adopted that cat. I called him Shorty, and he always protected the home and everything, you know. He was really very appreciative. So what's happening in here? I don't get it.
Доступ получен.
detecting comm signals deep in the vault.
Anyone with a radio could have picked up Rasputin's distress call. If we don't shut it down, half the Cosmodrome could be at his front door. Try to hack us through, but Rasputin might handle that poorly. His system's already stressed. Must be some other way to bypass his systems.
Система взломана. Нанесен урон. Запущено планирование контрмер.
It worked. Maybe too well.
I'm executed completely.
Streams. You must have knocked something out of alignment.
You've seen worse, Guardian. Push through.
Guardian down.
Ah, it exploded just behind me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Got it. Yeah, I got killed. No, I was gonna res you, but I just I caught up there. Well, I was actually trying to work it out because I've seen that it said when you crouch, you go invisible. I've gone invisible twice, and then it didn't work for the third time.
Try to override Rasputin's system locks, but no telling how he might react. Must be some other way to bypass his systems.
Grab some ammunition in here.
streams. You must have knocked something out of alignment.
You've seen worse, Guardian. Push through.
Shanks. Shanks and no more. Just a little bit more and then there is the boss.
As a fellow inorganic life form, I just want to note that Rasputin has a much better setup than I do. He has a secret bunker with space weapons. I live in your backpack.
So these are all the secret passages. As you could see, that second Wooper knows exactly where they are. So bits of trivia for anyone who's a Destiny veteran who wants to sort of explore the arenas even more. Okay, I'll take on the ads, but rocket launcher will do that.
Let's take it out.
Oh, these slicy shanks. Thank you. Got killed again. Should have kept my rocket launcher instead of a sword. Ah, we got killed. Hang on, I'll take another weapon before we go in. Just a second, 1 second. Yeah, got it.
Shank's been modified to crack his system. Let's take it out.
Yeah, I got killed by something. Shanks. Thank you. Ah, that. My fault. The rocket bounced off. Nearly there. Single shank exploded on me. One's behind you. Oh, shame. He dipped in the hole. Well. Oh, we completed it. Good.
All of these breaches are a serious threat. Has the Vanguard tried to reach out to him recently? Get him to understand we're allies.
The last time we sent in a team was years ago. We found what remained of their bodies scattered across the Skywatch.
Noted.
In the meantime, I'm sending a team to seal the vault. All thanks to you, Guardian. Impressive work.
There we are. We've come to the end of our broadcast for today and to the end of our activity here in Destiny 1. I want to thank Sekapupa for joining us, and thanks very much for popping in. Really grateful. You got your treasure pack as well. I just got some out, and we'll crack on with more activity in Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 tomorrow. So thanks very much for joining us, Sekapupa. Much appreciated. I'll see you tomorrow. So I'd like to say to our viewers, first of all, I'm grateful for your participation, for popping in, saying hello to us, and for interacting, everything else that we indeed have been doing here today. And thank you for sending us your comments and views, various other email messages, and also on various platforms with some of your thoughts and views on what's happening here on the channel. Thank you for support for our charitable fundraising and for supporting the Mind United Kingdom. Really grateful for that. We are really kind of looking forward to see what sort of response in the medium term we'll be getting from the gaming community in response to our fundraising, and I really so far have been truly delighted, because I thought the communication that was coming from various parts of the world, also from the charity, have been totally superb, and look forward to see what happens next. You can also donate through Instagram. I have the same campaign run in there, but the difference is it will go directly through Instagram rather than Tiltify. So you know, the option is there. Both campaigns are aiming to raise £1,000, so you know, take a pick really, whatever you like the best. And remember, the channel is fully charitable and self-funded, so if you like what you see, if you like our community and everything that we talk about here, you can always tip, and any sort of tip will help us tremendously to pay the bills and everything, all the costs that are linked to the stream and all that we have here today. That's about it, my friends. I have had a great session. Very grateful to Sekapupu for coming in. It's always fabulous to have other community members participating live online. Many of our community members have not realized that the stream's back on, so I'll ping a message to everyone in order to alert them, and then we'll have a bit more of live online audio interactions as well. Everything seems to work fine on PlayStation. I'm very, very glad to see. Nothing seems to work on Xbox Series S as far as the Twitch streams are concerned, so I think we'll have to resort to PlayStation streams. The picture on the stream looks reasonable. I've been watching it every single day on my secondary device, and I'm happy with the results, and also very grateful to everyone who's been helping me to test the equipment during my beta tests that were conducted during the last few weeks. So thank you so much for your help in respect of the technical tests. Alright, my friends, I am going to go swimming. I do this every single day. I have a local sports centre swimming pool 5 minutes away from me, and I really enjoy that activity. It will be particularly enjoyable to swim today, considering how hot it was in our local area. It's still around 30 degrees and very, very hot at night, so I really will be enjoying it, and I need to get ready. So on that note, I shall first of all thank you all for contributing. Thank you for being our valued community members. In addition to that, I will wish you all a very, very good night, and I shall see you all tomorrow. Join us again. Take care.